That was your training ground.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. Welcome, everyone. We have our lovely crew from the Unearthed Arcanum here with us. Everybody, take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi.
Good to have you all. As normal, just a couple announcements before we get started. If this is your first time joining us, welcome. We are a lovely, well, I think we're lovely. We're a bunch of fools that like to play D&D in a homebrew world that I almost said I created, but really we all created in various ways. But these are, this is one of the parties that represents 4 parties that are living in that homebrew world at the same time in various sort of different regions, but constant crossovers and things like that and the like. So it's very fun. So if you're interested in watching more of this, we are on stream every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. So that is that for Tales of Imea. We have a couple of things coming up. This month is One Shot Month, so we are going back to our normal sort of doing at least this month. We might actually do one more month, gang. I have a lot of prep stuff to be able to get Humblewood in, but we'll see. We are doing one shots every Saturday and Sunday. So if you're interested in joining and playing with myself as the DM and possibly a couple of these other friendly faces that might join for some fun games, please feel free to check that out. If you are watching this on YouTube, you can find that in the video description under startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. So please feel free to check that out. But also I will post this in the private chat as well for YouTube and Twitch, and then as well as Instagram. Let's see. So yeah, so this week, this Saturday, tomorrow we have our Weldon McClellan's Minstrel Murder Mystery, an all-bard affair. So it's an all-bard one-shot that is something that is a little bit outside of the normal realm of D&D stuff. You take place in you're a part of a murder mystery, and it's a lot of fun. A couple of us here have played that, have been involved in it, and I can guarantee you you'll laugh at least once. But yeah, feel free to check that out. Sunday we're doing an old classic Where's Pedal, which is a very beginner-friendly one-shot for those who have played 0 times or 1 time or 2 times, or even if you played 20 times, it's totally fine. It's there for everybody. And a couple others throughout the rest of the month as well. So please feel free to check that out. Kiki Fidget says hi. Also, everyone else Fidget says hi. Literally says hi, sister and friend. So I assume that means us. I assume we're friends, right, Fidget? Hi, Fidget. Yeah, so please check that out. Also, we are still looking for people for our upcoming Candela Obscura homebrew game, Shadows of the North Shore. For those who are unfamiliar with Candela Obscura, it is a cosmic horror game designed by the makers at Darrington Press, famous for Critical Role. It is extremely high on the RP and introspective, pretty dang low on the rules and the extremely simple dice system. We have our own sort of version that we play tested in September of last year with a couple of our friends that are here. It was super fun. We loved, I loved, and I think you all loved every part of that. We did a 3 campaign thing. So first off, please feel free to check that out. But more importantly, we're trying to get a full campaign going, and we don't have enough people, and we need people. Right now, it's just Kiki by herself.
Come play with me.
Come play. It's a
rules light, guys. Enjoy it. Go do it. Have fun. Just play around on a Friday night or whatever night you do it. Not on Friday night. That's our night. Never mind.
Yeah, not on Friday. Not on Friday. But yeah, it's going to be Thursday or Sunday. It just depends on what the other person needs, the other two people. Yeah, so Shadows of the North Shore is our version of the Candela Obscura game. Works exactly the same way, same sort of system, same sort of rules, same sort of lore for the most part. The only difference is we are putting it into a more real world setting in the year 1901 in the North Shore of Massachusetts. So it's really fun. It's really creepy. If you want to get creeped out and have a fun time doing some heavy role playing into character, please feel free to check that out. That will be in our startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. But I also put the link of the adventure itself in our private chat. Also, Instagram, I didn't forget about you. I'm going to put those in there as well. For some reason, I have to do that separately. All right, and then last but not least, if you're interested in supporting the channel, one of the biggest ways you can do that is to please subscribe. Subscribe to our YouTube, our Twitch. I think last time I checked, we were at 199 subscribers, so we're one away from 200. And I don't have any prize for the 200th person except for I think maybe like 10% more love in my heart for you than the other 199. So if that's interesting for you, please be that 200th person. And also, you know, we obviously want to go much higher from there. If you are interested in watching more of our stuff, and more importantly, if you're interested in actually having more people watching our stuff, and therefore kind of allows us to be able to become a bigger thing, which we would love to have happen. So. Lastly, if you along with the subscribing stuff, if you want to check out our social media stuff, our link tree is here. I'm putting in the chat right now, but you can also just check us out on Instagram and TikTok at It's a Long Story _TTRPG. That's right, Kiki, right? Did I say that right?
Yep.
Awesome. Cool. Who's doing the recap?
I am.
Awesome. Cool. So before we dive into tonight, we need to get an idea of where our heroes have left off. So Dan, if you would please do the honors.
So, last time we left off, we just entered the gateway after we killed the gatekeeper, and we found ourselves disconnected from our gods, our patrons, and really, we seemed like we were in our own little outside world. We made sense of this place with my new little buddy, Callisto. More on him later. He gestured for us to walk on our way. We found a couple pedestals where, with a little bit of worry and panic, we found out that the various different hearts of energy that we collected over the course of these trials and tribulations seem to be the keys to grant us the boon of this place. A magical object, I believe it was called Uldurin.
Uldurin, yep.
And this thing spoke to us, particularly to Al, as he was the one who was the first one having his hand upon the thing, and it offered, when Al said, what can it do? It offered to essentially take away all of our pain, but in more so than just taking away our pain, almost make us feel numb. And once it had apparently asked all of us this, everybody else, I don't know, they all thought that this didn't seem quite right to them. Honestly, I thought it was one of the first ways you could really do some real meaningful good in the world. So I wasn't quite so sure if I was sold on leaving. But with some words that got through to me, eventually from Nene, convincing me that it's not just taking away pain, it was going to take away all sensation that would makes you a person, I decided to follow my friends. And on the way out, I looked at the little axolotl pseudo dragon thing, Callisto, and asked it if it was going to meet us on the other side. And I think my charm worked, because when we exited this area, while we felt all the burdens of the world again, we got to feel the benefits of the world too. The sensation of love is a feeling I remember surging back into us. And speaking of that, now Callisto has agreed to follow me. However, upon getting off of the ship, getting out of the this dungeon, we kind of collected our bearings, made our way back to camp, and it turns out another ship has pulled up on us. Daphne was more concerned with us disappearing for more than a day, so she didn't really think about it for too much, but we checked in with the rest of the crew, and Captain Boaz's friend, Percy, was there, and he claims that they had a tracking system placed on the ship, and that's how they found us so quickly. Most of us don't feel so confident about that. We've been getting asked questions, and a new friend of ours, quite handsome if I'm to believe in the rumors, with a metal arm named Huxley, has been poking around Al's things, and he's probably one of the first people to really show Al he did something wrong. Though I think he might have been just posturing himself. But Al kind of got him back, sneaking behind an old immovable object spell. So we've just been kind of planning our next moves to make sure we're staying one step ahead of any particular problems we might have. Old Man Gruff even floated the idea by me of poisoning these guys' food, because he doesn't like how things seem a little suspicious either. And I think that's about everything I remember.
Cool. All right, sweet. Unfortunately, sorry for those on Instagram. We already lost Instagram. Not sure what happened there, but oh well. All right. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and jump into our stuff. So, where we left off was we were separated into 2 points on the Silver Brine. At one point, we had figures that were in Alistair's room discussing possible movements going forward based on our newcomers. In the captain's cabin, we had some volatile interactions between Percy and Nalani and Siobhan. There's a pinging sound, like as if someone's dropping dice. Anybody go ahead and just mute yourself just for a second while we'll go through this. As those conversations start to subside, there is a declaration that is made of having our newcomers over for dinner. It is still early in the day. Let's say it's about 4 p.m. and we come down to the camera angle of the heavy wind blowing against the mast. We can hear the sound of the ocean below, the waves that are crashing against the shore from this uncharted island that you all just left. On the deck of the ship, we see figures walking around. We can see Gutter moving from position to position on the ship, looking through, seemingly kind of inspecting things, looking under. Every once in a while, just like flicking his fingers, maybe in like a nervous sort of fashion, and we see little sparks of fire going off, but not catching anything. We see we kind of pan to a side where we see Gruff amidst a huge cloud of steam and smoke as he's getting dinner ready. And we see you all in various places, continuing conversations, maybe putting things. You have a significant amount of gold that is just pulled onto the ship, so trying to find maybe a place for that. Talk about how to be able to disperse that wealth. And yeah, maybe a couple of you maybe just taking time for yourselves. So to start out, I'd like everybody to roll a non-combat initiative. You go ahead and tell me what you get.
15.
15.
21.
21.
17.
17.
19.
19. Good rolls.
18.
18. Okay, who got the 21?
That was me.
All right. Isle, where do we find you in this late afternoon? It was decided that we would stay one more night anchored in this position before we set sail from the island in the morning out into the big blue. Where do we find Io?
I think Io probably would have found at least Nalani, and I mean, if Nalani was still with Siobhan, he would have run into both of them. And I think the first thing he would have done is he would have probably telepathically communicated what he and Gruff had discussed about potentially, hey, these guys seem sketchy. Depending on how things might go down, me and Gruff at least workshopped a extreme scenario.
Okay, cool. So unless this goes against where Nalani wants to be, I'm imagining you guys are actually probably on one side of the ship, maybe closer to like the bow. Just kind of off into a corner in a space that is, as people pass by, you sort of get lower in your talking and maybe just kind of like casually nod as you continue your conversations. So Nalani, you are informed of everything that Io has talked about with Gruff on the as mentioning that Gruff is not a fan of Percy at all, or this newcomer Huxley, and a plan is set in motion to basically give them something to knock them out.
So, Io, you, why do you trust this Gruff guy more than these other guys? I mean, this is a guy you just met who literally said, I'll kill these people for no apparent reason.
Well, I'm not exactly saying.
Did he say he would ever kill them?
He'd poison them.
Poison them, yeah.
He would.
That's a broad stroke.
And this whole idea about raising your arm and flashing the eyeballs, like I mean, I know you and I have a different definition of discreet, but come on, man.
I mean, come on. I mean, you
No,
see
you
eyes
come
on
on.
someone's eye. I'm
Really, you're
saying you
gonna
see eyes
raise
on
your
someone's
arm
eye.
during dinner and flash some eyeballs out of your forearm at everybody. That's discreet?
I mean, they're gonna be distracted by the fact that the
No,
eyes are
no, no,
blinking.
no, no. There's no way to explain this. That is not discreet.
And I'm just trying to be all fun, like one of them. One of
Yeah,
them
all fun.
Cassius
Hey,
guys.
all you people in here that I think might be trying to kill me or do something sinister, I'm gonna do a non-discreet sign to some dude I don't know to poison you.
Come on, we know Gruff a little bit. We've bled with him,
I mean,
literally.
so I'm not the smartest one here, but I mean, come on, man.
Okay, what would you suggest then? He doesn't want me jumping into his mind. People act all weird about that.
Maybe anything else, like touch your earlobe, touch your nose, tap your finger five
Man,
times against your
okay,
glass. I don't pick
okay.
your nose. I don't know
The
anything other
first,
than show the weird eyeballs in your forearm waved above your head at a dinner table.
okay, have you seen my ears? Has anyone we know ever seen my ears? And you think me tugging on my earlobe is discreet?
I, I don't mean your actual earlobes. I'm just simply saying there's something more discreet than really? Why are we arguing about this?
All right. What if I
Io, give me an insight check.
Okay. That is a 9.
Cool. Everything that Nalani has mentioned, yeah, I guess you could do that, but I mean, that's an easily misconstrued sign. It could be something else. You could do that on accident. I mean, you're just like everybody else, right? So for you to raise your hand and have the eyes pop out would be something that would be normal for you, right? So
Yeah.
you seem confident on your plan.
Yeah. I think kind of, yeah, but like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, my body is weird already. Like, they're gonna be distracted by the fact I'm weird in the first place. What if I
You know what? You're right. I don't know what I was thinking. That's who you are. I think you should be you, and I guess that's a normal thing. I think you're right. I'm sorry. You should go with that.
I tell you what, how about this? I do a whole lot of really weird things throughout the entire night, and Gruff already knows I communicated one thing. If I'm making, the wine dance psychically and whatnot, the last thing they're gonna be weirded out by is my eyes start blinking on my arm.
Yes, yes. I like where your head's at now. The weirder, the better. The stranger you can be, and the weirder stuff you can ask. I think I think that's what you should go with. I'm gonna find a dark corner to get in and just kind of stand back, and I'll be checking everyone for reactions, and I'll give you a symbol if I think you're not being weird enough.
Okay. Maybe we should workshop what that symbol is right now.
Yeah, maybe I could slap someone, or I mean, maybe there's something else I could do. What do you think I should do? I don't want to do something that's not weird enough to signal you, though.
Hmm. Can you whistle?
like a bird, or like for a dog, or like how do you think I should, or like what do you
Exactly
like
that.
a cat call? Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Like the most beautiful person just walked into the room.
You're gonna
Exactly.
do this at the dinner table?
Gotcha.
Perfect.
I like now. So this little dude that you've got now, like, what's his deal? Like, does he talk? Can he talk to me? Like, how? Like, he's your buddy, and we're best buddies. So clearly, I'm gonna be best buddies with him. So how am I supposed to communicate with him? Like, does he talk? I haven't heard him say anything.
Where is Callisto at this moment, Io?
I don't think I told him to do anything other than stay on my shoulder, so I'm guessing he's either there or at least near me in some way.
Cool. So I think in this moment, like the idea of like the camera sort of panning it, I think it's very like close focused on your face, Io, and then switching back to Nalani and switching back. And so as it comes back to your face, we slowly kind of zoom out as we see up on your shoulder is this perched figure of this pseudo dragon axolotl creature, just looking around and just kind of like inspecting. He happens to like move like one of the tentacles in your hair, and is like looking at that and just
Callisto, sir, and Nolani deeply bows, having seen what happens to people who are rude to him. He's going to be exaggerated in his politeness. So, a deep-waisted bow. Callisto, sir, I'm Nolani. It's good to meet you. Io and I are best buddies here, so I'm hoping we can be friends.
Callista's gonna roll an insight check on you. Amazing. You do not hear Callisto respond to you, Nalani. What you see in your head is a clear image of Pedro, the dog, running up to you and wagging his tail as you scritch his under his chin.
Hey, he's not saying anything. Io is can I do like an insight check? Does Callisto, is he like looking at me? Does he seem angry, happy, smiling? Like, is he gonna burn my bow? Check. Like 18. That's a dirty 20.
Cool. The dirty 20, you get the feeling that your the response that you're looking for was given, just not in words. Doesn't seem like Callisto can respond to you in words.
I kind of look at him and have a small smile on my face and say, I'm looking forward to many adventures together. And I say, Io, I think we're gonna be friends.
Io, you hear Callisto's voice in your head. Partner, do we consider this being in front of us below or above us?
We consider him close to us. So, side by side, equals.
Interesting. Please tell him that I sincerely apologize for the image that I sent of him bounding up to me and me petting him in welcome.
I think Io nods to Callisto, and then he says to Nalani, "Yeah, you guys are gonna be very close.
Can I do a check on Io and see if he's lying to me about what he said?
Sure.
What kind of check would that be?
Insight.
Insight. That is a 10.
10. You feel like there's a joke here, and you're not aware of what it is.
So this is how it's gonna be, Io. This is how it's gonna be. Always joking and screwing around and messing around. I see.
I'm just saying, we're still feeling each other out, including him. Honestly, I'll let you in on something. He's really, really, really fucking smart. Like, really smart, but he's a bit naive.
Well, he certainly doesn't like people poking him with canes.
I mean, to be fair, have you gotten poked by the end of that thing? You've gotten whacked by it. Have you ever been whacked by it before?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we did slap him, so.
Yeah. I hope he got my apology by actions. Yeah. All that to say, I kind of understand Callisto's point there. I mean, there's a reason why someone this small has been alive for as long as he have, which has apparently been a really long time.
Well, do you think he's going to help you out? I mean, we haven't had much of a chance to talk. And I
Yeah,
know
you're
we
right.
got into this whole adventure to help Alistair with his whole problem with Dr. Karam, but since that's happened, we've kind of, we've gone on this whole adventure and we all have something in our own lives to work on. I'm a little worried about this deity thing you've got going.
Yeah, and we're not calling that thing a deity. It's a monster. And I think Callisto, he's the thing I've been looking for. At least a step in the right direction. In just one meeting, he's given me a little bit of something to go on. Called me a keeper of the shard. I still need to talk to him about that. And he kind of he locks eyes with Callisto briefly about what that means.
Yeah, Callisto takes this second to. You do understand that I am hearing all of this conversation. It feels interesting to be talked about as if I am not on your shoulder.
I know you're here, but he can't hear you speak with mouth words. I gotta include him in the conversation too.
I felt what I believe the human emotion is of jealousy of the possibility of our budding relationship. Is this a way to be able to counteract that? Should I facilitate in some way?
That would be a little helpful. I don't want you feeling left out.
You see Callisto leans forward, looking at Nalani, seeming to be like scanning for something. And
I'm gonna hold my bow at arm's length behind me.
Okay.
Hey, I don't think that's gonna be necessary.
Pulls back slowly. Just, got it. And you see him run down from your arm, goes to the ground, and then just does like a full dog like sort of shake, and then puts his ears sort of back and forth and sticks his tongue out, which just doesn't look right at all. He sticks his tongue out, but like he doesn't have a dog tongue, so it doesn't like. It just looks like how a human would stick their tongue out, like just like that. And it's just a very poor rendition of a dog.
Nalani's gonna reach in his pockets and feel around in all of his pockets. He's looking for a last crumb or piece of a bacon cookie. And finds the smallest remnant and pulls it out and holds it and offers it as if he is a dog.
Cool. He takes it with both his hands, keeps it, and then runs back up to Io's shoulder and seems to be like holding it like it's a prized possession. And then Io, you hear in your head, this disgusting bit of filth seems to be important to him. Am I holding this correctly?
And then mentally, yeah, you are, but that was actually I think it was actually in. Do I know that that's a bacon cookie? Looking at it, considering it's been weeks.
I mean, yeah, it's like the remains of a bacon cookie. So
I think that was a cookie that my friend Alistair's mom made. It's actually really tasty when it's fresh. I think he was trying to give you a snack.
Snack. I'm not hungry.
Hey, Nene, he says he's not hungry right now, but...
Yeah, on second thought, he probably shouldn't eat that at this point anyway. I mean, I don't know what his digestive system is like, but yeah, he probably should not eat that. Are you bringing him to dinner?
This mortal being is questioning my inner anatomy as if he understands even a little bit of the inner workings of what I am. How dare he? And he eats it.
But you ate the cookie.
Yes, this was just to prove my point.
So I take it. I promise it tastes way better fresh. What kind of food do you like anyway?
Raw meats of any kind are actually very tasty. Sorry, I can't think of sustenance in this moment. Permission
Okay,
to leave,
fair.
partner.
Yeah, you can go take care of that.
I see him slither off and kind of waddle off away. Yeah, good.
So, I've been thinking we need to find that kid. I feel like we get sidetracked an awful lot. And I know some of it's not all our fault, but I mean,
Yeah, you're definitely not wrong. We left to. Just thinking about what the hell just happened. What in the hell's just happened? We literally just got off the ship to find spare parts, and we end up traipsing about some dungeon.
yeah. Well, and I mean, before that, we end up in a house that disappears and in a dimension and the whole thing with Al. And I'm not saying that stuff isn't important and that it doesn't need to happen. I'm just worried about the urgency surrounding.
That's a good point. But also, we also got to take care of each other. Like, I remember when we reunited before we met with the rest of everyone. There's some stuff that you're trying to solve too. I'm not necessarily, and I remember when Al told you to bury stuff down in a dark place, but
Yeah, I mean,
when time
he was right though. We've got stuff we need to handle, and
Guess you're right.
he's a smart guy, and I've learned a lot from him. I mean, there's times where you just need to kind of suck it up and get shit done, and
The problem is you got to keep in mind that if it ever becomes to a point where you're starting to become a liability, it's going to be time to address that.
yeah, I mean I think the best thing to do is to start checking stuff off the list, and the first thing is figure out figure out where Siobhan's daughter is. I mean, we gotta get her.
I hear you. I'm just saying, if you need someone to lean on, I'm always here.
I
You've been watching
appreciate
my
that.
back. I just want to watch yours too.
I appreciate that.
In this moment, we pull back away. And Yori, where do we find you?
I think Yori's hanging out with Fenrir right now. And he's sitting down and he's starting to draw these intricate lines right onto his armor. Onto the left brace of his armor, he's drawing these lines. And Fenrir looks a little bit distraught, I think. Or maybe that's just how Yori imagines him. But so he says, I know I'm not supposed to use these, but I need to be able to stay up more. I need to be able to take more hits and help people. A lot of people almost died, and I didn't do enough. So I have to use these. And I know one of them's a shield, and shields are yucky, but, you know, it's not on me. I won't use the shield. It'll be for other people. I don't know what to do about that guy, that Percy guy, and the other one. I mean, if they hurt Gutter's friends, I feel like shouldn't we be doing something about that? We're just kind of hanging out on the ship with them. Oh, you know what I could do? Come with me, and I'm gonna go find the cannon.
Okay. I think the cannon's been roped off. It's on the deck, but it's kind of like roped off in a way that like it is separate from, I imagine, the like the makeshift like carrying sort of thing for it is actually on like the opposite side of the boat from where the cannon itself is. So you see it kind of like tied up vertically, sort of sitting up against I'd say from like the side of the ship, I'd say like at the corner between the like side railing and like the captain's cabin.
That's all right. So I'm gonna try to untie it. And I mean, I don't think he's even going to try to get the thing you move it on, because I don't know if he sees that or if it's So he's going to try to untie it.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try to tie it to myself and Fenrir. The idea is I want to drag it to a position where it can point at Percy's ship.
Okay. Give me an athletics check. DC is I'd say the DC is 20 to be able to do this. To be able to if you get 5 higher, it'll take less time, but 20 is the ability to be able to just be able to do this.
26.
Awesome. With a 26, you're able to hoist it on to like having Fenrir kind of take one end, and as you do so, even like Fenrir like kind of like takes does not like the amount of weight that is on him right now, but you know both together like walking like side by side. I would say, Siobhan, unless you think you're in the captain's cabin, I do think you see Yori walking by with the cannon.
I was going to stay in there unless I was dismissed by Boaz. So
You got it. So we'll move it to the next person. We'll say, Alistair, you notice on the top deck of the ship, you notice Yori is like walking it over to one side of the ship.
Yori, what are you doing?
Oh, Alistair. Oof. Do you know where the cannonballs are and the other stuff? You know, the fire, the powder that goes boom. I need some of that and like a cannonball. I'm just moving this. I'm not gonna fire it or anything like now, but I need to move it to the other end of the. I need to move it to the other end of the ship for reasons.
Don't start, Fenrir. So I'm with you on most of this, but you can't load it right now.
What? Oh, is there something else going on, or
Well,
is it
the
a bad time?
The gunpowder, right? This we're on. If you put it in it, it'll get wet and it won't work when you. How long are you planning on leaving the cannonball in the cannon?
Well, I don't know. It's just kind of like an in case kind of thing.
In case of what?
You know, maybe you should see where I'm taking it. Also, this is really heavy. Do you want to come and walk along and talk?
Yeah. I'll Fenrir, stop. Yes. What am I gonna do? I can't. The leg. What am I gonna? I'll keep him company. Yeah, this way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want some help carrying this? I can see if Delani is available.
No, we got it. It's fine. I don't know where the other thing is, the thing you put it on, but I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there.
Okay. How are you? How you doing? How's the arm?
It's all right. I'm not sure why. You know that guy hurt Gutter's family and stuff? Are we gonna do something about that? It seems like they're not great.
I mean, we don't 100% know that it was just him. And look, sometimes people do bad things for good reasons. We don't know.
I mean, yeah, I guess I don't think that far ahead. You know, it's kind of like if somebody killed my family, but it was for a good reason, I think I'd still like wanna, get back at them. But I'm not doing anything right now. I just want to point this at, the other ship.
Yori, as you say that, you point at the other ship, you look in that direction, and you turn around to look at Alistair after explaining that, and you see Alistair is completely absent in this moment. Alistair, you get a message. 1 second.
Alistair, this is Eldrin Enrath. You said if I need anything, that I have to reach out to you. I need help. I need information about the Mortimer Ludus. Grencelli took someone very important to me, and I need to get him back. And I need information. The last thing he said to me was another Mortimer. Do you know who that could be? Or I thought there was only one.
you hear in the background all of a sudden the sound of like a door just like slamming open. Seriously, I just bare minimum. Bare minimum. Door slams.
Can you? Hi, princess. This
Okay,
is.
you hear Alistair say to you, "Hi, princess."
The Ludus is open to anyone. You could just go in there and ask.
No, I cannot. Okay. We're under a spell right now. We can talk as much as we want. There's no limit to words. So let me just explain the situation.
I agree. There are no limits to words.
Okay. Grancelli Mortimer is a very bad person who deserves to die, which I already said when I met you guys. She has
There was a
taken
lot
someone.
going on.
Okay, she has taken someone who is very important to me. He is in a lot of danger. He's currently probably being tortured. I need to know who can be trusted there, how I can get in without being seen. Anything. This is life or death. I will pay you whatever you want. Name your price. I don't care.
No payment. Are you in Eriscar now?
No, not yet.
Faustus and Alina, they're my parents. You can tell them you know me. Winona has buttons that I gave her for you all. If you show them the button, they'll know it's from me. My dad works at the school, and then there was this other person that might be able to help you. That was one of Professor's sons. And I'll like look at Yori. Timur? No, the other one, not the other one. What was his name? Yori.
They were with us for like a day.
Yeah, but not because I get back to you with the name.
Callan. It started with a C.
Callus.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there, not to interrupt, is there anything I can say to your parents besides showing a button, because Winona forgot to give them to us?
That was very disrespectful.
Well, there's a lot going on at the moment. You know, we were.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You hear Eldrin's trying very hard not to. She's trying very hard not to sound like desperate, but she's very desperate.
When you hand them the button, I no disrespect, Princess. Your memory is fantastic. I'm assuming. When you hand them the button,
I don't have a button.
what? Oh, you. Okay, this is very flustered. I'm very flustered right now. People don't normally speak to me in my mind. That's fine. You don't have to show them the button. Just find my mother, Alina. And when you get there, tell her that a solitary button holds the power to bridge the realms of possibility, stitching the fact of choice and consequence with a thread of decision.
Has a lot, but okay.
She knows that. She'll understand. But then she'll know that.
Are there any others who distrust Grancelli? Do the students know, or are they aware of her true nature?
We never saw her really. Before we left Eriscar, though, we did pass her on the street. Her and I believe her brother.
What's her brother's name?
don't know if you know, Alistair.
So I was distracted at the time, and I'd never met him before. I had fallen in the street when they passed. But I can't tell you they're both. I don't know their abilities, but the armor and clothing and the items they wore all extremely powerful.
Okay. Are there fortifications? Obviously, there are around the school, magic-wise. Do you know where they could be keeping someone? Where? I don't know. I need to. They know they know we're coming, so the element of surprise is gone.
Again,
So I need information.
No disrespect, Princess, but it's a school for gifted, well, some gifted users of arcane magic. There are secret dimensions and passageways and hidden corridors and rooms where you least expect it.
Alistair, give me a history check.
Uh, 30?
30. Jesus Christ. Cool. With a 30, as you say this, there, and that's 100% true. It could be anywhere. One of the things that you do know is that there is an entire wing of the school that has its own tower that is closed off. I don't think Alistair was necessarily... Alistair's definitely a curious person, but not a sneaky person by any means. Alistair, I think there's probably a point in time where you were... It is actually very close to Dr. Kestrel's classroom. Would be the closest there. You remember leaving Dr. Kestrel's classroom at a certain point and walking about maybe 20 or so feet in that wrong direction before you realized that you forgot that you needed to tell Gwen something.
There's a place near Dr. Kestrel's class, a wing of the school. There's a tower above it. I can't think of anyone that I know has ever been there. I don't think I've ever seen anyone go in or come from it, but there was one time I walking in that direction, and I don't know how to explain it unless you felt it before, but like an urge to be anywhere other than there.
Okay, I understand. Sorry, I thank you for your time. Just a couple more questions, and then I'll let you go. Do you know? Would your parents be able to get us, like, if we asked extra uniforms or something we can use to infiltrate? We're not planning on hurting any of the students. I promise you that. I just want back this person. That's it.
Of course, and Princess, please just, when you speak to my mother, just tell her everything you've told me. She'll do anything in her power. They're very active in the community. My mom helps a lot of people. She does sewing. She does bakery. My dad works at the school. I'm sure that they can procure anything you could possibly need, and if they can't, they know someone who can. They're good people.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. You hear Eldrin say, like, "Yes, Guar, I will ask. Calm down." And then and then she says, "Last thing. I know you have your own things that you are working on. I understand that you're still looking for Kara's daughter, but we're preparing for our fight against Tal. And if you're willing and able, we could use all the help we can get. I understand if you want to stay neutral in this, but staying neutral is is also a death sentence. If Tal does what he wants to do and he gains the power that he wants, no one is safe, and there will be no world left to raise her daughter. So we need help, and this is the first step, helping us infiltrate the school. But can we get in touch with you at some point when things start going down?
Alistair, roll me an insight check.
Seven.
7. This with a 7, you get the feeling that, and you don't necessarily have to react to this, but you get the feeling that a princess of Honoria asking for help and sounding desperate. You feel like this is kind of a charade. There's a possibility that maybe the Princess of Honoria is gleaning to what would possibly be your conceit. It's not the right word. Your nature of feeling like you're in control.
I just wanted to make sure the wing I spoke of earlier, it is on the east side of the school, near the common grounds, the quad, I guess. It will absolutely help you get there. And
I appreciate that. And yeah, Tal, though, what I just said, world ending, bad person.
Yes, and again, Princess, I hate to mince words here. We all heard Paul's speech. There are definitely sides to be taken.
Yes, there are sides to be taken against him, or you're with him, and if you're with him, we will not hesitate to kill all of you to get to him.
That is completely fair. I very much recall the last meeting. More than words were thrown. My family will be of the utmost help to you and what you need and what you seek. One thing is for sure can be said for Arlena and Faustus is they will help anyone, anytime, and in any need. As far as what my friends and I can do for you, we most certainly see ourselves becoming involved in this situation. And very
you
much
just
hope
don't know what side yet.
Princess, we very much are to be on the right side of things.
You have a very interesting way with words. I appreciate your help with my issue currently. I do hope you're on the right side of things when Tal comes to destroy everything you know and love.
One last thing before this connection ends, Princess. Obviously, my parents will ask nothing of you. Just in their support of you, they find joy. However, will we find what we need if we find ourselves in Honoria? At least as a fair trade for this agreement.
What do you mean when you find yourself in Honoria?
Elgin, roll an insight check.
Oh no, I don't have dice. Hold on.
I make it very clear this is not the way I wanted this to go, but it's here, so we're doing it.
25.
25. It's, I'm going to assume something, Clinton, so feel free to correct me. It sounds like Alistair and therefore the Unearthed Arcanum are working on something themselves. That is
Yeah.
not, that may or may not be related to this.
Okay, so please, can you please be more clear what Honoria has to do with whatever it is you're working on?
Princess, I again, this is so difficult, but with all due respect, we've recently found ourselves with newcomers around us, and one of them seems to be able to intercept communications such as this one.
You hear a very long pause because that puts Eldrin on edge. What type of person is this, and what are their abilities?
Hope that you are able to find everything that you need in Erisgar, and please believe me when I tell you that Alina and Faustus will be there for you, no matter what you need. Please tell them that I said hello and that I'm doing fine. I would appreciate that. And more importantly, if we were to find ourselves in Honoria, would we find safety?
No one just shows up in Honoria. I want to be very clear. You can't just go to the gates and go underwater. You will be killed on sight. So
Princess, I completely understand that. I need you to let me know if my people and myself would be safe within the kingdom of Honoria. I'm sorry for raising my voice, but I know you are very busy at this moment.
depending on the situation, yes, you would be, but you need to go through the proper channels before entering our
Is the
kingdom.
Princess of Honoria not the proper channels?
Technically, no, I'm not in charge.
Then
But,
I hope you find what you need in Erisgar.
okay. I was going to tell you what you need to do, but if you want to end the conversation, that's fine. I have a lot to do.
Are there
Um,
I'm
any
sure
other
has no
words
idea how
spoken?
to do. He has no idea how to complete that conversation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Eldrin, if he doesn't say anything, Eldrin's like, wonderful. This was enlightening. I will tell your parents hello for you.
you hear a door open on Eldrin's side, and you hear a voice that just calls out, honey, are you okay? I just, there's, I know that was concerning, so.
I'm still on Noros, but thank you. I'm
Oh,
fine.
okay. Sorry. Sorry, whoever I'll be outside.
Eldrin's gonna leave unless Alistair says anything else.
No, he realizes how far his foot is in his mouth at the moment. He can't get past it.
Cool. With that, Lorianne, thank you so much for that. That was beautiful. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. How do I leave?
You just exit out. All right. Yori, you see Alistair seem to connect with where your eyes are now.
Yeah, during this conversation, he has set the cannon down and he's just sitting on it, just looking at him, just listening to the conversation. You know, you could do that in your head, right? It's like there's like a conversation, someone messaging you in your head. You know, you don't have to say it. You can usually just say it back like in your head. Are we gonna rescue a princess?
No, I don't know. We might. I was trying a plan B there. I don't think it went well at all.
You kind of yelled at her a little bit.
She was talking about proper channels, and she's the princess of a kingdom, and she can't just let us in.
Did you ask like how the normally people get in?
Yori, after this whole thing, like Pointy Island, you don't think we're normal people anymore?
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Also, I forgot. Are you I know you don't like it when people do the talking in your head. Are you okay?
Yelled at a princess.
Well, yeah, I mean, but who can say that they did that? That's kind of cool.
Works out. So the cannon again with the...
Yeah, let's go point this at that ship.
Okay, but we're not loading the cannon. Like, you can't.
Can we like put the stuff near it?
Sure, but where?
Okay.
Where is Gutter right now?
I don't know. I didn't see him when I was getting the cannon.
When were you planning on fight? Can we get through dinner before? Like,
yeah. I mean, it's just like I don't know when. I just wanted to make sure that like if that it was there. You know, and we didn't have to like move it or whatever, and you know.
Yori, perception check.
Yeah.
Natural 20 for 22.
Awesome. As you see Alistair responding to you about where to move the cannon, you see a figure has started to walk up to your side of the ship, which I imagine it's just you guys are probably on the, see where the ship would be. Yeah, you'd be at the stern. So you see you see a figure starting to walk up. Clearly heard some of the conversation, and you immediately are like to Alistair, like, you know who it is walking up.
So yeah, I'll just I'll take this and I'll get it cleaned, and that's just like that's my normal duties. Cleaning the cannon, right?
Yori, whatever you... Yes. Yeah, clean. Did you... You could use metal oil if you have any...
Oh yeah. I because I do it all the time. I know where that is, and I'm just taking this to go do it.
Yori, please roll me a deception check.
10.
Huxley, who is behind you, is staring at the cannon, but doesn't seem to be 100% like, seems to be kind of in and out of the conversation. Seems like he's also preoccupied. When you explain that, you immediately see like kind of like a little bit of a smirk kind of come across his face of like, definitely knows the bullshit that you're saying. I rolled a natural 19, so yeah. But yeah, I think we have to pause that here real quick because there's a point where we have to pull a little bit of a backtrack, because at the beginning of that conversation, there would have been possibly another conversation that was happening. So we're going to pause that. We're going to kind of rewind for a second and go into the captain's cabin, where we see Siobhan. Excuse me. Who do we see? We see Siobhan or Kara?
Kara.
We see Kara, Huxley, Percy, and we see Huxley kind of sitting there, sort of like pulled up his own like sort of chair on the side, and is sitting there kind of like looking out the window but listening to whatever conversation's happening. We see Percy and Boaz. Percy, the very large, extremely sort of buff-looking, but older Furbolg, is sitting in Boaz's captain's seat, still, still kind of like working on the stein of whatever alcohol in his drink, and Boaz is standing up. And just like they're still in this. I think in this case we're kind of in this like weird sort of space where it was possibly the conversation was possibly pulled a little bit away from the weirdness of that. So maybe Boaz starts to kind of like go into So I have a question as far as the will stuff goes, and like started talking about that stuff. Siobhan, what would you like to do?
I think she's drinking a drink at the table still. She knows that Percy is here for something, and had that little snide back and forth with Nalani, but is kind of wants to see now that Nalani has left if his mood has changed, if he's put more interest on her. She just wants to gauge the room's energy.
Yeah.
I want to vibe check the room, but I don't want to lose another 22 years of my life, so.
Right. Yeah, give me a vibe check in the room. Give me I'll say a general insight check.
That liquor is really good because that's an 8.
You hear Boaz's like sort of nervous sort of like pulling aside things and just saying, so Percy, there was something with the there's something with the will, but also I don't understand what these terms mean. You see him kind of go to the side of this and start to pull out, and you see that the conversation has now shifted into talking about like the intricacies of owning a ship and what this like specific part of this means. With an 8, you see Huxley is he's like kind of like on the side of the windowsill. He's actually, I apologize, he wouldn't be looking out the window. He's actually just kind of like looking down at the windowsill, and it seems to be like spinning this like little top on the side of it, and just kind of just staring at it.
She's gonna go up to Huxley and hold it out in her hand. I don't think we were properly introduced. Apologies for my companion. He can be a little short-tempered. Kara.
Huxley. It's fine. I like people that are straight to the point.
And what brings you and your lawyer friend this far out to sea?
My understanding, there was some concern over intricacies with the ship. I am not. That's up to Percy to explain.
Well, it was attacked, which brings us to this island. But
Do you know
hopefully
what
with
attacked you?
they did not seem quite alive. They came out of the sea. Some looked like they were made of coral.
You said they seemed like they were not alive, so undead. They look like they had various sort of. They look like they had forms of what would have killed a mortal man. Swords sticking out of their bodies, dismembered pieces.
Joe, you said they were drowned men. Did they look blue, sallow, like somebody who had drowned?
You also know, like, that a lot of them actually did have, like, pieces of them that were, like, showed how they died. Like, one had a very large cannonball had been tied to their feet.
Yeah.
Another, it was missing their head and was carrying it around.
They were certainly undead. That much was evident.
Seems like seems like, Miss Cara, you're on a very unlucky ship.
I mean, we were attacked by a poltergeist before we even set sail, so I would say you are not wrong in that.
Well, unfortunately, that is outside of my area of expertise. Sorry for your
What
troubles.
is your area of expertise?
Recognizance, information. Survival.
Isn't that everyone's?
Shows his hand to you. Better at it than most.
You always travel with him? We didn't see you when we left port. And he's the one that set us up on the ship.
Well, consider it more of an old debt to be paid. I owe him, and I'm happy to pay. You see, all of a sudden, his head kind of like goes down to the side as if he's listening to something. Excuse me. Pushes out of the way. Goes outside.
Okay, Percy.
Yes,
What brings a lawyer this far out to sea? Just wondering.
Feels like we've been talking in circles. It seems that, on one hand, I understood that the Silver Brine was in need of assistance, and
Yes.
I came running, as it were, pointing at his stump of a leg. But now I am, as I mentioned, very interested in what was found.
Well, we were in a bit of trouble, but I think Boaz here is much more capable than he gives himself credit for. He was incredible in both of the fights. And I think you perhaps saw all the gold that was left on the beach and the ship mast that was brought back.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, Miss... What's your name again?
Kara?
Kara. I'll make you a deal. You can tell me exactly what it was you brought back on this ship. I promise to tell you exactly who would be wondering that. And I can assure you I have no intention of retrieving the item myself.
Percy, you're a lawyer. I thought you knew better. Deals are meant to be transactional, and I don't see much benefit in what you're offering right now.
Oh,
If I don't
promise
know
you.
the threat.
Well, the threat's there, Miss Kara. The question is whether or not you want to know who it is that's threatening you.
Well, I can tell you this. We brought back our lives, barely. Some weird little dragon thing? I'm not quite sure what it is. It's following around Io.
You said that you survived barely.
Mm-hmm.
You seem like someone who has a knack for survival.
I am. Which is why I know a sour deal when I see it.
It's too bad. You've all but
Tell me.
confirmed my side. You see him kind of like lean back in his chair. He actually feels like he has all the information he needs.
Hmm.
So, you were saying this this part of the, oh yes, this so in the accounts received from this end kind of continues on that conversation. Siobhan, you feel give me an insight check.
Okay. 23.
23. Okay. Your initial feeling on Percy was danger.
Mm-hmm.
This is a bad person. The idea that someone is willing to strike a deal with you on, if you tell me what you got, I can tell you who wants to know, gives you an idea of actually... I wouldn't say you don't get the feeling that he's a bad man, but what you do get is the idea that he is a businessman through and through. The offering that he's giving you would probably... the offering that he gave you would probably be not something that would be necessary unless he wanted to kind of get straight to the point of finding out what he needed to know, if that makes sense. You get that maybe a simplified way of sort of saying it is that you're not entirely sure if he has a dog in the fight of whatever is between you and the thing that is threatening you.
Is Mask in the room?
Yes.
I'm just going to look at him. I'm guessing he looks like Carter.
I think in this moment, I think you see two Neves. He has been shifting pretty consistently. Yeah. So he's trying something new.
I'm going to just in my mind think at him. Is it worth it to at least know what's coming?
Give me a religion check.
17.
Wow. There's always a hand up. If you know what it is you're facing. There's a possibility that we know who this is, and there's a possibility that we don't.
Percy, is that deal still on the table?
I need to see the item. And then yes.
Do you need to touch it or just see it from a distance?
I just need to see it.
Do you know anything about the Violet Court? Or Emure?
My dear Kara, is this the first time you're meeting a Furbolg?
I've seen your kind.
I would tread lightly on assuming that we are familiar with the Fey Courts. Yes, I have heard the name. I am not one that has magically appeared from that chaotic wilderness. He seems offended. Which tells you it's not the Violet Court.
What's not the Violet Court?
He seems offended by the remark that he took it in a like racial sort of thing, the idea of like, because he's a Furbolg. Yeah,
okay.
No, I know why. He doesn't.
Oh, that's for information. Yeah, okay. She's gonna look at the two Neves and then at Boaz and drop into her changeling form. I don't ask out of offense.
Nice. You see Boaz kind of like walk over to the side and just like lock the door. Interesting. Am I still speaking to Kara?
Yeah, sure. Names don't really matter when he can be anything.
I'm impressed. I usually have a knack for seeing this through disguises.
I think my kind is a little better at that than most.
That is true. Understood. That was not I assume then that was not a qualm at my expense.
The Violet Court has something of mine that I want back. If you have information about that, I can tell you exactly where to find the object.
He looks at you and you see like you see the look in his eyes. You can see the like the pupils and the iris has like kind of like a soft sort of green to it. You see the eyes seem to flash and the irises disappear for a second as he looks at you. I don't deal much on interplanar dealings. Most other realms have no need for a maritime lawyer.
Have you heard of Emure?
I have not.
She shifts back into Kara. Come to dinner tonight. Alistair has a new cane. And then she's gonna down the drink and stand up and give him one moment to say anything else. And if he doesn't seem like he's engaging, she's gonna leave.
Just a big smile and a nod.
She's gonna head out.
So you head out, you hear the doors start to close behind you, and Boaz going, right, okay. Now, what I was trying to make sure with you wasn't. Yeah, you get the feeling that Boaz is like, this is so above my pay grade. There's a clear sort of safety safety net of Boaz feeling like with Boaz, like if there was one person who would not be someone I need to worry about, it would be Boaz. That's not a challenge, by the way. That is what you notice in character. Cool. As you walk out, you see you just kind of catch the white hair just kind of like in the wind, as it looks like Huxley is standing with Alistair and Yori.
Can I insight check Huxley?
Sure.
How interested is he in Alistair?
I'm gonna say with disadvantage, he's not facing you.
Okay. Okay, that's 12 plus 6. 18.
18, cool. 18 from the direction that you see, because it's so kind of far from this. It looks like Huxley is staring in Alistair's direction very intently. We cut back to the scene from the other side as we see truly what Huxley is actually staring at is the cannon.
I'm just going to message him real quick, message Huxley and say, you heard him, I'll kill you. And then go and find Gwen.
Oh, on his side, that is hell on earth. Amazing. I do want to make sure that we put Gwyn in as well. So I'm going to say that at this point, I know we're kind of like weirdly outside of the initiative sort of realm, but Gwyn, what have you been doing during this whole time?
All right. So the first thing I think she would do after the whole charades with Gutter is take about 5 minutes and just record it all in her journal.
Okay.
And then what she would do, because she doesn't really have all the information yet, she doesn't really know what these people's intentions are on the ship. What she would like to do is finish it up with, sorry about this. It's the last thing she writes. And then she's going to go back and very carefully remove all the pages from entering the cave onward in her journal. And she writes, sorry about this, trust me, in the journal.
Give me a persuasion check.
Everybody can see it, because it feels important. Don't let me down, D&D Beyond. It let me down. 11.
Okay. First off, just so that I know as the DM, what is your intention on ripping the pages out?
Her intention is that if anybody should get a hold of this journal, they would not be able to read them, and she wants to put them in a safe place.
Cool. Awesome.
And he would know what her safest place is, so.
Are you... Oh, okay. Are you going to travel with these notes?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's her intention, but...
Cool.
She knows that he hasn't been her biggest fan lately, so.
Gotcha. Okay. There's a moment where you actually feel... Give me an Arcana check.
I'm going to use 30 dice. Much better. 24.
24. They 24. You actually feel your sense of magic quickly depletes as you tear the notes out. As it feels like in this moment, Beatty is withholding your magic from you because is not really sure where they're not really sure what you're doing.
Yeah. I think she takes a deep breath and just goes through with the action. She's determined, I think is the best way to put it.
Okay, so you're traveling into your book?
Yes, once they're removed, she would.
Got it. Okay.
And her intention was to just go to like her, her little space that's there and stash them for a little while. But if in the travel she gets pulled into the larger library, it wouldn't, she wouldn't resist or anything. So.
Oh yeah, you get pulled in the library.
Yeah.
As you get pulled in, you see the pages seem to kind of move around you, a little bit of a different sort of realm, a little bit more violently. As you kind of feel yourself like kind of like come down to this grand library in front of you, you feel a very quick you feel a whooshing sound coming from above, and with that Arcana check, and I think like understanding, like it's at this moment that you realize like, oh, I'm in trouble because they think that I'm doing something that I may or may not be doing. So you feel that smell of the pages of scrolls and things like that becomes extremely potent as all of a sudden just you feel Beatty, the librarian, come to you. You don't see a single book in their hand, which is very weird. And you see, you get the feeling that Beatty does not have like their pupils. You can't see their the whites of their eyes. Like it's impossible to see with how big their eyes are. But you get the feeling that if you could, you would see them just as big and massive. Like
I think as she comes into this space, she just draws herself up as tall as she can and just makes eye contact up at that giant being.
Explain yourself.
I think we can both agree that there are some things that should not be easily accessible to people we don't trust. I'm with a few people whose intentions I'm unclear of, and what my friends and I have found on this island, very few people have ever seen or experienced. And I don't think that it's something that should be so easily shared. You've always said that a library is not only a place of learning, but a place of protection. Something my uncle taught me as well, where information can be safe. Were we wrong?
You have made a lot of choices lately for yourself.
Yes.
Gwen Medeath, I knew that you, as a mortal, were one of the more strong-willed under my wing. And I chose to accept that as a mortal defense. But you have made choices without consulting or even acknowledging that I may want to be involved in that conversation. You forget yourself.
Mortal
This
lives
is-
are very short. Sometimes there's not time to consult before you need to act. But I don't really think that I've ever acted in a way that is antithetical to you, to what the library stands for.
And what does this library stand for, Quimbadeath?
The pursuit of knowledge that can change the world or the worlds. And sometimes that pursuit goes in unexpected directions.
That pursuit of knowledge is not adulterated by opinion. It is not altered by those that have to make a choice of clarity or sneakiness. A book itself allows itself to be open to all because it is information for the sake of information. It is not up to you what you divulge or withhold. This is your last warning. If you choose to let your opinion dictate your actions without my guidance, you will no longer have the guidance. Are we clear?
Yeah, we're clear.
Roll a Jess, I love you. I rolled crazy bad. Roll me an insight check, please.
D&D Beyond again. 7.
7. You had written in pages about all your travels and you've written about recent events, right?
She has written pretty much everything that they've experienced, talked about, seen. Like, it is the most detailed work she's ever done, right from the start. So,
Right.
Yeah.
So specifically, in the conversation with the primordial primordial experience that you've had, did you write about that?
Yeah, I would say that was a little bit more rushed than what she had been doing, a lot more shorthand, a lot more like impressions along with everything else, just because she was doing it in a short period of time.
Cool. Roll me. Did I have you roll an insight check yet?
Yes, I did a 7.
7. Okay. Roll me an Arcana check.
One of these has to be not good. 7. Natural 1 though.
Okay. You're annoyed, angry, frustrated. There is, I think I think what we know, what Gwen is not aware of, is what I'm going to tell you. Is that Gwen has recently experienced power and in extreme arcane levels that she has not experienced anywhere else except with BD. And I think whether Gwen is aware of it or not, which I would say that in this moment right now, the role says not. BD's overwhelming sense of like an overbearing authority, which you've not really had before.
She raised herself, so
Yeah, it's kind of twofold. I think they are legitimately upset. They are legitimately concerned by your, in their words, what's the word? I can't think of it. Like, it's not disobedience, but it's pretty close to it.
disregard.
Disregard, yeah. They are upset about that in the idea of you don't really understand what you're supposed to be doing here. There's a little hint that's going to start to emerge with Gwen that BD's not all there is as far as extreme levels of magical power. And maybe it's something that we would probably have to discuss at another time. Maybe you've outgrown him, outgrown them.
I think in this moment she's feeling, like you said, annoyed, frustrated, thinking, I just handed you this crazy amount of as yet unknown information, and all you can say is you didn't ask me first, and it doesn't settle right with her for sure.
Yeah. Do you say anything like that out loud?
I think it probably shows on her face, but she doesn't say anything out loud.
Okay.
So I think she would just place the notes down, like on a desk or chair, if there's anything nearby, on the floor if there's not, and just say, my friends might be in trouble. I'll talk to you soon. And then I think she would just try to leave. He's never kept her there before, but she's not sure.
You better go tend to them. You see him just... He doesn't like physically disappear or move up like he normally does. He just disappears from view.
If you take a moment to steady your nerves and then head back out of the book.
Give me one more insight check.
D&D Beyond, you've been so mean to me. We're gonna use Kiki's dice. Slightly better, but just a 9.
A 9. Okay.
Yeah.
You're not sure why, but when BD leaves in this way, this place that has felt like a welcoming and exciting and unbelievable beacon of countless pieces of information and magical tomes, and you never notice how cold it feels. you pull yourself out right when Siobhan goes, and then there's a knock on your door.
I think she takes a brief moment, probably like knuckles away tears of like anger, frustration, in that way, and just push it back down and open the door.
As you open the door, we see Siobhan. Yep, go ahead.
Can I retcon something?
Sure.
Because I totally forgot. As she left, after she threatened Huxley, she's gonna turn back to the captain's cabin and just say, "So who is it coming for us?" and send a message to Percy.
Okay. Percy hasn't seen the cane yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
You just get a response back that says, "Excited for dinner."
Make my way to find Gwen.
Yeah, you got it. You find Gwen. And Gwen and Siobhan. You exchange looks of, I have so much to tell you in this moment.
I think Gwen's first thing she would say is, "Do you know mending?" Like as soon as she opens the door, no
You got
explanation.
it. Siobhan, you look at. No. Okay. Siobhan, you look at Gwen's face as Gwen is saying that. It's almost kind of an empty question. It's something that, like, it seems like or a weighted question as you see both faces from these women look worried, upset, angry as they are facing each other in the doorway here. And with that, we're going to take our 10-minute break. See you guys in 10. Okay. So as we see Siobhan and Gwyn lock eyes, we come back up to the top deck as we see both Alistair, Yori, and Huxley at the top stern of the deck with the cannon, basically sitting with Yori sitting on top of the cannon. That is. I think your weight and like where you have it in between the boards is the only reason why it's not rolling back and forth on deck. So you see Huxley looking at it, seems to be kind of off in the corner, and then seems to kind of snap out of it and looks behind him. You need a platform for that cannon. Probably not a good idea to just aim it at our ship and just hope that it doesn't blast into your own.
Maybe you need a platform.
What?
What?
Okay. I
Do you
just
want to
came
help?
out.
It's pretty heavy. Do you want to help me take it over there?
To aim it at our ship?
It's not like just over, near where your ship is in case, what if something attacks your ship and then you need somebody to shoot a cannon at that? There was a basilisk. What if the basilisk comes?
Kiki, thank you very much for those dice. It has been all over the freaking map. Just rolled a nat 20 with that though. Yeah, actually, I can help you with that. You seem kind of like before he says he's like thinking in his head of something. Yeah, no, I can show you exactly where to point it. And he like looks around on deck and goes, you have anything here that's just not wood or rope?
Probably the anchor.
Is he okay?
Or
you okay? Looking at Alistair.
He's great.
So I'm sorry. You're gonna help him set up the cannon?
Yeah, I'm not a really big fan of who's on there right now, so it's fine. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna shoot it, might as well do it now.
I do that.
Awesome.
Not consciously, but intentionally reach out and just touch the non-metal arm. Who's on the ship?
Someone that has been asking too many questions. So, metal, anything that's stronger than wood on here?
I would assume you're asking that because you didn't make it to anybody else's rooms to look for things. You got sidetracked on mine.
Yeah, I guess you were the first interesting room that I found. Congrats.
I do that too, deflect.
Okay.
I don't want to answer.
All right. This is super weird conversation. I am offering to help you point a cannon wherever you need. I assume that you don't have a platform to hold this thing on. It looks like you probably just fished it out of the water. Do you have things to load this even with?
Curious. Just gonna be honest with you. Helping the get in the ship.
I'm having a weird time hearing you, man. It's like coming in and out.
Yeah. I was saying that, helping the kid point the cannon at the other ship, that could be one thing, but I think if you really wanted to create the most chaos from a 14-and-a-half-year-old fairy, you could help us or show us that what else your arm can do. I'm sorry, I noticed last time when I stopped you, there's more going on there than just a hand and a screwdriver attachment that you can't seem to get to.
Maybe we should just take this, Fenrir. I think maybe we should just, come on. We're going to start trying to move the cannon.
Fenrir, so fucking angry that we moved this to one spot. Now we're moving it back. So angry.
No, we're still moving it to the place where it's going to be pointing at the.
You're there. Ship, I mean, you're at the stern. That's where the. Okay, yeah, you're there.
Yeah. Then, there's not. Then, if we were there, let's go get the stuff, that put in it. Let's go. We'll bring that up, and the. I can get it.
I was gonna say, that's so good. Like Fenrir actually looks at you and just goes, bah, but there's subtitle underneath that says you go, I'm good.
That's what I was thinking anyway. Yeah, okay, and I'll wander off to go find the cannonball and gunpowder.
Okay. If I show you this, will you just relax? I'm not a teacher. I'm not someone who really likes to divulge any information at all, but you seem really weird about this, and you did fix my arm, so I guess. He puts the goggles on and looks out, kind of steps in front of you, and then looks out onto the deck. Okay. All right. Can you see that buffoon over there? And points out to the deck. Alistair, give me a perception check.
14.
14. With a 14, you see you can see just a humanoid figure that seems to be leaning back against the ropes that are holding up the rigging on one side. Just seems to be leaning back. Just doesn't seem to be necessarily staring in any direction. Okay. What would you like me to hit?
You don't need to hit anything. I just wanted you to show me how it works.
Okay, you just want me to scare him?
Yes.
Looks at you.
I don't watch it. I just look at him.
I love it. I love it so much. There's from that you hear, because you're very close to the island, all of a sudden you hear this massive massive exodus of all the birds that were in the canopy of the trees that were around there, just all this kind of this flutters out, the camera just sees in the sort of blurred distance, the figure just kind of jumps real quick and just looks around, but is laser locked into the look of Huxley and Alistair looking at each other. Okay, you didn't. I wasn't looking to show that I don't need to look. You were.
Can I ask you just one question, and you could just be honest with me?
Okay.
Great. So earlier when I stopped you, were you more surprised that you had never thought that someone could or would do that to your arm? And since then, how much thought and time have you put into protecting yourself from doing it in the future? Or did you just think that was amazing?
I stopped what I was doing and looked at you because I was trying to decide whether or not I wanted to blow your face off. So
You strike me as probably one of the more intelligent people I've ever met. Your arm was not going to hurt anyone. We both know that. Listen, you came into my room and probably everyone else's as well, looking for something either that we already had or you think we had. So you had a task in mind. And even though you left all of the components in my room everywhere, the equipment that you set up was perfect. You even accounted for the ship swaying in the waves, and that takes care and precision. And I'm guessing by the state of everything that you didn't care about the phoenix flowers. You would have made anything. The phoenix flowers were just a bonus for you. You just wanted to do something that made you happy, and you did it. You didn't even know I was there.
one of the few times that I will say as a DM, no roll required. Yeah, well, I get bored easily.
So teach me what you know, and I'll give you ideas for things to do when you're bored.
I don't write stuff down, so you're going to have to take care of that.
For me.
Also, alchemy is not really my thing. I'm more on the mechanical side of stuff. So that was just one I picked up along the way.
I'm dying to get to work on several ideas. I have a shield actually that I've been working on that collapses into its own pocket dimension. It comes out when I need it. But I let Yori help, and he did amazing work. But I think we all got really excited in the moment because there were things happening, and we kind of just jammed it in there, and I haven't been able to unjam it yet.
You moved it to a pocket dimension?
Yeah, I like alchemy and mechanics and everything else, but
Right, but what was the material made out of? What if we could just actually take the material and find a way to be able to fold it when it needs to be folded and then expand when it needs to?
I thought that I didn't have a ton of great materials on it. We met a very interesting person in the woods between Erisgar, and I just took his junk.
Well, people assume certain metals that are extremely pliable get weaker with moving from that. It just really depends on what type of metal it is. Here, let's go to, I guess, your room.
You're going to be at dinner tonight, yeah?
Yeah, and then I have to go.
to the other boat, the people you don't like?
No, I think I'm getting picked up. I have some friends that need some help.
That's interesting. Do you know what's going on?
Well, I guess I wouldn't call them friends, just mostly idiots that don't seem to understand. Do you know who Granchelle Mortimer is?
I was a student at the Lewis, but I don't know her personally.
You're a Mortimer Luda student?
I am. Gwen and Io as well. That's where we met.
Gotcha. All three of you. Okay. Yeah, I'll Alistair, I'll see you at dinner. He moves to walk away from you. We're gonna cut there. Nalani and Io, anything specific you guys want to go through?
No, I think at least on Isle's end, where I think we're good on things. Left at a good point.
Cool. Yori, you come back with like materials to be able to like, position things in a way. Huxley is nowhere to be found.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So we cut to Siobhan and Gwen. So Gwen, you are at this point, I would say you can kind of do two things at once. You're trying to like kind of summon Houston while you are both talking. As you mentioned before the break, you both are kind of exchanging the information that was needed. Obviously, you can role play any sort of part of that you need to, but the understanding is that we're getting that you both are giving the information that's needed for whatever's going to be coming up.
Does Gwen look visibly upset?
It's up to Gwen.
Let me roll something. I don't know why D&D found, just went blank. What's your passive insight? It's pretty high, right?
Insight, yeah, it's 18.
Yeah, I rolled a 17. So you definitely get that she's off kilter.
Oh no, that's my passive investigation. Insight is 16.
I think still, even, yeah, she's not quite herself.
You just asked if I had mending.
Yeah. I think you would see, because your investigation is pretty high and your passive perception is also pretty high, right?
18, yeah.
You would see her journal and the page is missing. She's not hiding it.
I don't. I think Alistair might be able to fix it, but I
didn't want all that information accessible, so.
Okay. Is that all? You seem upset.
I think that some self-reflection is going to be in my future. I don't know, you know a little bit about gaining power from outside forces.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to wonder if that's the path I should be on. At least the way that I am now. That's all.
I don't really know about your relationship with where you get your power from. But I'm here to listen, to help, whatever you need. If you need comfort or solutions, just ask me and I'll be there.
I think that's part of the problem. Thank you.
You can always just ask Mask. Alistair has so many questions for him all the time.
He does like to know things.
That'll get him killed one day.
Especially things he doesn't understand right away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this dinner will be interesting.
We have some hot shots in our group who might make it a little more than interesting. I am just hoping for a peaceful dinner. Nobody dying. I don't like blood in my food. And I'm
Doesn't
so
taste very
tired.
good. Yeah, we really haven't had a nap yet. In a while. How are you doing? You took a big knock.
I am surviving just like I've always been.
All right. I think that's all we can do right now.
Well, I can stay with you until we get ready for dinner at the very least. I saw Yori with a cannon and Alistair and that Huxley fella, so I think I kind of want to steer clear of that group. He has interests elsewhere. I think Alistair might intrigue him.
Well, and I think you see that Gwen doesn't really know what to do with that information right at the moment, but she's like, okay, that's new.
Mm-hmm. Certainly is.
Well, I guess I should get my cat back.
I'll wait with you while you do.
Okay. As everybody is waiting for dinner, I'm gonna say Nalani and Io, give me a perception check.
$19. Ryo.
15 for Nolani.
Cool.
15.
Got it. Yeah, that one. Cool. Awesome. So, without further ado, we cut to our dinners. Oh, I forgot to add that in. Whoopsie daisy. 1 second. Cool. So as you guys are getting prepared for dinner, also, Gwen, all of a sudden this Houston appears, kind of brushes.
It looks like an owl.
Yeah, I think looks like an owl, but doesn't know if they're an owl or a cat or not. So they just brush up against your body, just because.
It's the most feline owl you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of love and attention.
Cool. There we go. Cool. So as you all are getting prepared for dinner, you notice that as you walk into the dining room, which is usually kind of like it's not normally like very well put together. Like the chairs are always disheveled. There's always one that needs to be up on the table that you guys end up like pushing off to the side or not. You see there's like there's drapes, the candles that are like lit around are usually like the wax has burnt down like to the bone. You notice there's like spots that would be like dripping along the floor or whatnot. But looking at the dining room that is set now, it is actually very beautiful. As you can see, a clear view of the island out out sort of off to the side of the ship itself. You see the candles that have been there have been replaced with newer ones. Everything looks nice and neat. And you see already sitting as you all kind of approach your various sort of times, you already see Percy and Huxley sitting down. You see them kind of sitting across from each other, closest to the window. You can hear the sound of clattering pots and pans as Gruff is just finishing things up on his side. We'll say actually I'm going to say we'll kind of follow the same initiative order on this, on where you guys arrive, unless you want to re-roll it. Is this right? You're the first one to arrive. I think you arrive actually with Gutter. So Gutter kind of like walks in, kind of like puffs out his chest weirdly. Kind of stands off into a corner in the side. You see Percy kind of like do a double take looking at him.
Were we supposed to bathe for this?
If it was my ship, no, you don't.
Oh, good. All right, because we didn't. Should we? Is there like a place to? Should we sit? Is it like just grab your food and?
We are guests on your ship. It is. Not for us to say.
It's I'm in charge of it.
As you say that, I think Siobhan, you end up coming in behind.
Are you okay, Yari? And she's gonna say this as she's moving to sit next to Percy.
Oh, yeah, Car. I'm just what is a powder, a monkey of some kind. Yeah, Kara is much higher ranked than me, so she's she probably knows what to do.
Take a seat. It's fine. We'll wait for the others.
Right. Got her. I think we're supposed to sit.
I'm gonna roll something for Gutter, and I apologize, Dan. You would have actually came in first.
You're totally fine.
I remember he had a 22. Yeah.
Yeah.
21, but yeah.
Cool. Gutter just nods. Gutter doesn't say anything. Just nods, kind of puts his point. Actually, like you go to sit, and Gutter tries to sit in the same seat that you are, and like still like has the like proud sort of like doesn't seem to get like any sort of concept of what dining is or anything like that. Do you let him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. You guys are sharing a seat.
He's had some looks to those people, and you know, if he wants, yeah, like I think that's fine.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Io, you quickly come in after.
And I think after Io comes in, notices Siobhan and Yori. He just is like, oh yeah, hope you all had a good little break before now. And then I think as he kind of like goes to find a seat that's kind of close to them, I think he mentally jumps into Siobhan's head real quick, and he's just like, and he just says, hey, in case you during feeling people out, me, Gruff, and Nene kind of talked about a last-ditch effort plan. Try to give me some kind of signal if you think that might be a good idea.
Plan for what? exactly?
In case we need to slip something into their food, Gruff offered to do so. I told
No,
him,
absolutely not. No.
okay, I did tell him to hold off, but if I did change my mind, I have a signal planned.
Let's not use that signal. They are allies. We don't
Okay,
need to drug their food.
So, all right, y'all got things talked out. I'm gonna trust you on this because you stayed with him while I was showing my new buddy the digs. Just know that option's out there.
I will keep it in mind.
You see, Huxley looks at you and says, "Flowers would be nice for the table, which is thieves' cant for I appreciate it."
She's going to... She'll just smile and nod back.
So, this is Huxley. So my understanding, there's a few graduates of the Ludus here.
There's one right there.
How you doing?
They let you in?
Yeah.
Have you seen yourself?
And with that, yeah, he's levitating things around him, just not even trying.
Cute. Just surprised, that's all.
Yeah, I bet you are.
If my memory serves it correctly, Nalani, you should be coming in after that. Also, Io, where are you positioning yourself? At the table.
I'll probably be sitting next to... Okay, so in my head, it's Siobhan, Yori... Siobhan, I think, sitting next to...
Percy,
Percy.
Siobhan, Yori, Gutter.
Gotcha. Take a seat next to Gutter.
Okay, so you're all on one side of the table.
And Huxley's on the other side.
Huxley's the only one on the other side so far.
No, actually, no. I'm
Wait, actually, no. That's really funny because it would be like
Okay.
you guys are like saving a space.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that.
I
Okay.
am.
Believe it.
Love it. Cool. Nalani, you walk in.
Nalani walks in, makes eye contact with Io, and holds up his forearm and points to it like this, and goes like this and winks at him. And
You see Huxley just visibly just...
I think you see Siobhan do the same thing. Right? What the fuck?
And then you notice him. He kind of observes the room and sees Huxley on one side all by himself, and everybody else like an inquisition on the other side. And I think he's going to silently walk to the darkest, furthest corner of a seat he can find in the room.
Cool. Yeah, I think it would make sense that you were at the opposite end of the table. No one sat at the head of the table. The assumption is that the head of the table is for the captain. So you are on the opposite end, I think, if that makes sense. Cool. Oh, yes. Perfect. Thank you, Clinton. Awesome. Alistair, I think you were next.
This is first off. You hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm going to turn you up a little more because for some reason I'm either not hearing you or hearing you. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. This will be very important, Joe. The where Huxley is sitting, and because I don't remember, is his mechanical arm left or right?
His mechanical arm is on the left.
Okay, so the only open seat would be on his left, right? Or is there one at the head, the other
Correct.
opposite head of the table? Okay, I'll sit
Yep.
in the opposite end so that I'm on his normal arms side.
Okay.
In the captain's seat.
I will be sitting in the chair that is directly to the right of Huxley.
There's
That's-
not one.
There isn't one, but if
I
you want to
will
role play
be-
this, we could.
I will definitely pull a chair around to be on his right side.
Amazing. So you're moving away from the mechanical arm. You're wanting to be on the opposite arm.
Yes, I want to be on his non-mechanical arm.
You got it. Cool. He looks around as you just there's the moment of like you grabbing a chair and just
He drags it the whole way.
yeah.
He's walking on a cane. Come on.
Yep.
I'm just gonna say in Thieves' Camp
Shifts
to
over.
Huxley, basically, remember what I told you.
In Thieves' Camp back, he says, I don't think the fish understand those words. As in, which basically says, no clue what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm also looking at Percy to see if he was watching Alistair.
Extremely convenient. That gives a very clear position between Alice because Huxley would have to actually kind of like scoot down. So now it is really actually Percy, Alistair, and then the rest of you guys, and then Huxley on the other side.
And honestly, not because of this, but, Alistair's trying to be cool, so I think he hangs his cane on the table.
Okay, you got it. Yeah, Percy locks an eye on it. The rest of everyone else starts to kind of file in. You see Donovan kind of walks in and goes, "Whoa, all right, fancy." Okay, pulls in a chair right next to Huxley.
Would Gwen
How's it
come in
going?
before them?
I'm sorry, Gwen. Yeah, Gwen, you would come in before. I suck. I truly butchered this initiative that I said we were gonna do on that. Gwen, you come in before that. I apologize.
I will say, just before I come in, a moment alone, I duck into like somewhere and just do borrow knowledge on myself and give myself proficiency in perception.
Okay, you got it.
And as I come in, I think she would first look to Gutter and then to like Percy as she's taking her seat, which I don't think she would sit directly next to Huxley. I think she would take a couple seats down so that she can, if she looks over, she can see Percy because he's at the head of the table, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, Percy's not at the head of the table.
He's at the end of the table.
Yep. So you're taking kind of the opposite end, further on the other side of Huxley. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Or sorry, next to Huxley, but maybe a couple seats down.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think so.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Huxley immediately, as you walk in, goes, "Okay, she's definitely from the Ludus then, right?"
Yes.
Sorry, just making a mental note.
Can I tell his intention with the question? Like, because he looks surprised or interested in.
Give me an insight check. I'm going to say with advantage. You typically know men.
18.
Definitely not interested in the way that you're normally dealing with. On that, with an 18, you get the idea of a forced smile.
Okay.
It's a weird question to ask, but Huxley's extremely rude, so that's not not that you guys would know
There
that.
would
But
be reacted to Io, so I'll hold the rest for later.
okay, you got it. So Donovan walks in. Pulls up a chair next to Huxley. How's it going? Hey, wow, that's cool. Oh, the fingers move too. Okay.
Donovan.
Creepy.
Donovan.
Yeah.
I believe Gruff said he needed some help.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then I guess I better go help him. All right. Excuse me. Like I said, just cool arm. Just walks off. Gruff, what you need? Pushes through. Fingers comes waddling in. Wow. Who died? Oh no.
No one died, Gruff. No one died. We're celebrating.
This is Fingers. But yeah, no one died, and when I asked, no one answered. I thought it was me for a second.
The question.
Oh, okay.
I'll make sure to let you know if it's you.
Is this a sign seating? Because it's weird. There's only 2 people on one side, and then you're all kind of bunched up on the other.
Come sit next to me.
Okay. Just kind of pulls up a spot next to you. Pulls up actually, I'm going to say Fingers pulls up a spot between you and Nalani. So also grabs a chair, moves it to the wrong spot. And is now like scrunched in with both. He's fine, but it's awkward for both of you guys. Looks over at Nalani.
Right.
Looks over at Nalani and goes, "How's it going?" You don't seem to talk much.
Nalani just kind of pulls his hood a little further down his forehead and
Oh, I get it. Okay. All right. Looks over at Gwen, gives him one of these. But I guess it's just.
Yep.
What do we have?
I don't know. Huxley, did you see the rats playing the fiddle on the stern? And he completely butchers Thieves' Cant, trying to remember how to say anything, and just says like, he's trying to tell him that he put the pieces, like the equipment is on the stern, and I think he just says like, there's no longer a stern. Something like,
okay,
almost unintelligible, but like just like it doesn't exist anymore.
Yep. Okay, I love that. Yep. Choosing to fail is really funny. Okay. I've rolled like so many nat 20s in this dice. Kiki, did you give me a weighted
You're
die?
welcome.
What happened?
I don't know.
I
didn't
gotta
roll well
put
when
it
you were
up.
rolling against Jess.
I know, it's been all over the place.
So was mine.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. I rolled a nat 1 and a 2, I think, involving Gwen, so I'll keep it around. Yeah, you see him. Oh, okay. Yeah, it'll be fine. Gunpowder notoriously does fine in sea weather, so you're good.
I look over to Kara and just go,
I think Gwen catches Siobhan's eye and she's just like, what are we going to do with these men? And I feel like Siobhan just gets it instantly.
There's a look.
It's like, you see Zimmer Zephyr, and I'm actually forgetting who the third one is. Do you remember?
oh no, because I wrote down the first, yeah.
Zimmer Zephyr.
Reader.
Zeter? Is that what it is?
I don't know. That it is now.
Yeah, Zimmer Zephyr Zero walks in, sees all the people, and as you all turn and look at, and just walks right back out. Like, no way they deal with this.
Best NPC right there.
Mm-hmm. They are not going to be around for that. Look like they just walked into an intervention. They were not fans of that at all. Cool. And then I think Captain Boaz walks in. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was late. Oh, you saved a place for me. Great, thank you. Excuse me. He's an extremely large minotaur. Everybody has to pull in their seats. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay.
I'm gonna try descending to Daphne to be like, "Are you coming?
Yeah.
I need backup."
Daphne responds, "I've been around all day, and I'm good. I'm going to be up in the crow's nest if you guys need anything."
Love her so much. She's so done with us.
She's so done with us.
She's so done.
So done. But it also allows a very like alone moment for New Moon, who might be doing something for Daphne. So So Daphne does not come down. Anyone else I'm missing? I think that's everybody, right? Except for Gruff. So both Gruff and Donovan just like kind of push through the kitchen door. You can see steam kind of rising out as you see there is some interesting sort of like looking they look like they're crabs, but they're gray. And you can see like their carapace looks extremely rocky. And you see as Gruff kind of presents, there's also like fish, and there's like a seafood platter essentially, but the crabs are the weirdest and most interesting sort of thing. You see Gruff kind of comes out and has this like kind of pulls out this rather large, especially for him being a dwarf, is like rather large like cracker that's it's truly like 3 feet tall, I would say, and has just these massive like metal bars on both sides. And, all right, so you just put the crab in here and you just like that, and then you can just get the meat in there. It's the best meat in Amaya, I promise. Or you could just have the fish, I guess.
It looks great, Gruff. Thank you.
Can we have both?
Yeah, you can. It's on the you can just take it from the table.
Well, you said or typically implies that we have to. I thought it was going to be like one of those long voyage type things where you get to pick the fish or you get to pick the crab. You don't get the fish and the crab. So
I was specifically just making sure that you had your choice, and also there's going to be some dessert wine later. For anyone who is wanting to imbibe. Boaz goes, well, I mean, I would have my dessert wine now if I could. Yeah,
yeah, honestly, Gruff, I think just use your regular cask of dessert wine. You don't need to give us anything.
Well,
special.
I need to prepare it. There's a certain preparation for the dessert wine. Trying to, you gotta boil it. Huxley immediately responds, "I'm sorry, you have to boil it?" Yeah. Well, it's.
I'm just saying, Gruff. I think we're all among friends here, so let's just have a good time. Kick back. Don't worry about any particular problems.
But the dessert wine.
Don't worry about it, man.
But we need the dessert wine for.
Anyway, any of y'all hungry? I'm just gonna go ahead and start eating.
No, I mean, Yordi already has, what is it, crab? And he's trying to bite just directly into it. He just looks at it for a little bit, hands one to Gutter, and just goes.
Yeah. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
That'll be a 9.
9. Cool. Awesome. Roll me a d4.
How many teeth? 2 teeth gone.
That's exactly. How many? What'd you roll?
2.
2. Yeah, you lose 2 teeth as you lose 2 health points. On that. And Huxley actually looks at Siobhan and goes, I was gonna wait until we're all ready for this, but I was just gonna let you all know that the food looks extremely enticing. And looks at Siobhan. Siobhan, he's probably being careful and not using thieves' can't hear. So give me an insight check. Say it again. I think you're muted.
21.
21. Cool. He is saying, don't eat the food.
She's going to say in her head to Io, because I think Io's still in her head. Tell everyone not to eat the food, but don't react. Just don't eat the food. Don't react.
The fish especially looks exciting. I'm excited for it. Which tells you, you can eat the crab. Don't eat the fish.
I relay that in my head to Io. Tell everyone, don't eat the fish. Don't eat the fish.
Oh, man. And you literally hear him kind of go, oh, man, audibly.
Oh, man. Hell yeah, dude.
And then he's like, all right. And then I think mentally at that point, he's just like, Shiv said she heard a little birdie tell us not to eat the fish, eat the crab. Just go with me on this.
Point of order here, out of curiosity.
Yes.
So, with my Matrix vision, I see when they cast Sending. Huxley clearly is somehow intercepting these messages.
Yes, he is.
Do I see anything off of him while they're sending?
No.
And if so, no, okay.
Oh, also, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Did you use my name Siobhan in front of her, in your head just now? Because Huxley could hear that.
I think
That's right.
I think I said Shiv. I
That's
always
fine.
use her nickname, so
Shiv.
Yeah.
Okay,
that
cool.
wouldn't be.
It's just a point of order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see Huxley kind of nods. Gives a little bit of a weird eye, but nods. Clearly hearing that. As you explain that all to the group. And Boaz kind of looks around and goes, well, I guess we'll all dig in, shall we? Gruff, the dessert wine, if you can just now. And you all begin to have a extremely odd dinner. As you're all eating, there's the occasional conversation that's being had between Boaz and Percy. Just like ship related things like that. Also, actually, during this time, Boaz does ask, have you been able to contact my family? And Percy will respond. But as this is happening, is there anything else you guys want to be doing before?
Yeah, Gwen is paying a lot of attention to Percy, particularly if he's reacting at all in any way to Gutter, who I'm assuming is being Gutter at the table. So even no reaction is going to be like telling her something.
Yeah, he seems like he's trying to recall something with Gutter. I mean, based on what you know, you get the idea that Percy does seem to kind of recognize Gutter, but isn't really able to place how they know.
Okay. Cool.
I'm very interested with Huxley. I've heard the Mortimer name twice today. and not in great terms. And I guess my whole life I grew up in Araskar, and no one ever spoke poorly of the students or the school.
Mm-hmm.
He clearly is interested in why we're students, so I think I would approach that with him at some point.
Yeah, how do you broach it?
I realize that you have to leave tomorrow or tonight or whenever, and there's so many things I want to talk to you about. But why are you interested in Mortimer students?
For the record, I'm not interested in Mortimer students. I'm interested in knowing if there are students on this ship. That's all.
I mean, we're not students now, but did you attend? Yeah. Did you go to the Ludus?
Big smile across his face, which is clearly meaning the opposite. No, I didn't have the pleasure.
It's a good place, but why are you interested in if there are Mortimer students?
You could say I have I have a gleaming interest in your founder. Would be interested in picking her brain.
Did you know that she had a brother?
Yes, I did.
I'm curious if you know his name. Someone asked me recently, and I didn't know it, and it seemed important to them. And
I'm surprised. Mortimer family, imagine that would be part of the curriculum to know your founders' names.
No, we very rarely ever talked anything or really cared. I mean, we weren't there for the Mortimers, at least me and my friends weren't.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm curious, Huxley. I'm really trying, and this isn't me here, but you have to know what it's like when someone's only interested in one thing and won't really pay attention to the rest of you. And I'll point at his arm and then at my leg.
Hey, Kiki.
You're welcome.
That dice just rolled me a 2. He looks at you and goes, "Oh, so you assume because we both have physical ailments that you have any idea of what I've been through?"
No, I presume to know what it's like to be overlooked for the things that we do and more for the things that we can't.
That might be the difference between me and you, Alistair. I thrive when I am overlooked. So, thank you. You see Boaz is, all right, you know what? I've been trying to be as cordial as I can through this whole thing, but clearly it seems like my crew and you all have had some sort of
Boaz.
falls right into the plate. You see Donovan falls into his plate.
Huxley, what did you do?
you hear a clatter from the kitchen as you hear what you could only assume to be Gruff falling down unconscious. Huxley looks around, grabs a glass, and finally says, sniffs it. Okay, now we can talk. And drinks from it. Percy goes, great, well. Clearly we want things to be more up in the open, yes, so they're fine. They're sleeping for the most part, assuming that we were able to make a correct concoction, Huxley, with the materials that were provided. Huxley gives a look over to Alistair and goes, yeah, proved useful. Alistair, you immediately know why he was in your room. Well, good. As I said, I know that there's not a... This doesn't look great, but truly I just want to see the item that you have resting on the table, Mr. Samil.
You can see it from there.
Percy looks over at Siobhan's. I do have information for you all, but I need to see the thing up close.
Alistair, show them the cane.
He looks at Huxley, and then I'm just gonna look at Gwen.
Gwen has not been looking away from Percy this whole time. Body language and knowing what she knows of people, does she believe him that he just wants to talk and see it?
I'm going to say as Alistair looks at Huxley and then Gwen, Alistair, give me a perception check.
11.
11's enough. Huxley has his good arm on the table. The other arm is under the table.
So as he stares at Gwen, I'll pull the cane up and with one end in my hand, the other end out for Percy to look at it.
You could just place it on the table, please. I don't like things that look like wands or staffs pointed at my face.
Tell your friend here. All hands on the table.
Percy gives a long, hard look at you, Alistair, and then nods. Huxley picks the other hand up.
I'll set it down.
Positions. Okay. You see him stand up and look over it. Every movement he's making at this point is slow. He recognized that this is an extremely volatile situation. Anybody who wants to roll anything or do anything here totally can.
I'm moving to shadow Percy's movement.
Okay. So like you're also like kind of like sitting and just or like standing up and like leaning over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm watching him very intently.
Cool.
And moving with him, yeah.
This is the first time you get a message in your head, Siobhan, from Huxley. It says, "Trust me, this will be over soon."
I'm gonna say what I said earlier still stands, and that goes for everyone in this room.
Huxley said that could have blown myself up with the potions that I had made.
Mhm.
I have not done anything with them. I will move to have my hand on one and ready to do something with it.
Cool. Roll me a sleight of hand or deception, your choice.
So that'll be a 19 sleight of hand.
Nice. What would be the opposite of sleight of hand? Insight, right?
Perception, I think.
Perception. Okay, cool. Let's have some fun here. So typically it would be meets it, beats it, but I want to kind of give this a possible chance here. Go ahead and just give me a reroll.
16.
Less than a 16. He does not see you do that. Cool. He's not in an opportune place to be able to do that. He's at this exact moment he's probably messaging Siobhan that, so he's probably looking at Siobhan. Yeah. Anything else? The rest of you guys want to do? You don't have to do anything. It's just
I think earlier, like before any of this happened, Nolani was at the other end of the table. Yori's right there. He's like, so you take the teeth and you put them in a little thing and you put it under your pillow when you go to sleep, and then they come, and then as people start dropping, Nolani's going to stand. Like when they start dropping, Nolani's gonna stand.
What's a
interrupted.
pillow?
Yeah.
Also,
so
I love that you did not say to Yori that a fairy comes.
Yeah. so very important point, right? So not if you don't say the fairy part.
Right.
So
Now they just go back in if you just push hard enough.
yeah.
Oh god.
Oh God! No!
You never lost tooth before? It's fine.
As someone who has fake teeth,
I'm just kidding.
I am dying inside.
Oh no!
Wow. So I think Nolani, when this happens, he stands up. Like, I mean, he's at the other end of the room, so I don't think that's that threatening, but he stands up to be in a ready position.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. 100%. I'm going to say in this position, you are unable to be surprised, I will say. We'll put it as that, the kind of like concept there. Io, anything?
Yeah, I am going to spend 2 sorcery points to cast Detect Thoughts, and since I'm doing it in that way, there's no components there. And I'm doing that to I'm gonna do that to Percival.
Percival. More importantly, this is the thing you're gonna have to like. You're definitely gonna say with the sorcery points that you're spending, it is undetectable.
Mm-hmm.
Correct, based on
Yes.
your class. Yeah. Great. Awesome.
And I'm just probing for surface thoughts. I'm not going any deeper than that.
Yeah, absolutely fair enough. Surface thoughts. Holy shit, they found one. You see him inspecting it and goes, this is you see Percival is an extremely he's old and he's extremely confident and he's very like he seems to be a rather like weighted person. Yes.
Yori didn't get to do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yori, what do you want to do?
What was
I thought
a
you
roll
were-
up?
I thought you were putting teeth back in. I thought that was your action.
Well, that was before. That was before everyone was passing out. That was,
I love
I just wanted to. Yeah, when he says hands on the table, Yori takes that as everybody, and he just puts both his hands on the table, but he has his axe and just drops it on the table. Just kind of clangs it on the table.
Okay.
And just sits there staring at Percy.
You got it. You see Gutter also puts hands on the table from response with you, and you can see that you can see smoke coming from his right hand on the table as he is burning a hole in that table. He looks furious. He looks like he's ready. Like Gutter's ready. Like you say the word, he's ready to blast this dude in oblivion. Percival looks down, and so like I said, like he seems like a pretty confident person. So you hear a very clear waver in his voice that tells you he is amazed and scared. And Siobhan, you remember in the conversation he said, "I don't need to touch it. I just need to see it." You get the feeling now at this point he doesn't want to touch it. That's the like you hear in his voice a fear. Oh. Are you... Looks at Alistair. Are you aware, dear boy, what you have under your hand?
Some of it.
I have lived a long time, and can tell you with much certainty I did not think a thing such as this exists.
There's more of them.
Indeed. Did it tell you where the others were?
You get nothing else from me until you answer questions for us.
A deal's a deal.
You have a deal with him?
Yeah, for the first time, Gwen looks away from Percy to Siobhan really quick. And then
She's
back.
not looking away from Percy because she knows exactly the faces that her friends are making at her right now. She's just staring at Percy. She made her bed. She's gonna lay in it later.
Looks at Alistair, sees the look of betrayal and distrust on his face, and looks at you and says to you, "You know, my father once said to me, to never trust a changeling. But this one seems to be working hard to save your life. You are in possession of something that will most likely be wanted by every powerful person in North Hymea. Those that still believe that such a thing exists. I need to know one more thing before giving you the information that you desire. Who do you plan to give this to? Siobhan, give me an Arcana. Actually, no need. Alistair, your magic vision comes up as you see Siobhan is about to have to make a wisdom saving throw against a zone of truth. I believe it's a wisdom save.
I think so.
And this is coming from Percy.
This is coming from Percy, yes.
Would I notice it at all, or is it just because of his, like, do I see him starting to cast a spell?
He is subtle spelling it. He is a sorcerer. Which is odd in this realm, right? Because Zone of Truth technically is not something that a sorcerer would pick up. But as homebrew rules and someone who has lived as long as Percy has picked up some tricks along the way, and it's extremely useful as a lawyer to have Zone of Truth. That's a charisma save.
Well, it doesn't matter because I rolled a natural 1.
I'm so
Okay.
sorry. Doesn't it affect everybody in? Wouldn't we all have to make them if we're in the way?
No, real quick. What's the range? Sorry.
15-foot radius sphere centered on the point of your choice within range, which is Siobhan. So yes, you are technically correct. So Percy will choose to fail. I don't know if the caster is involved in that, but I'm going to tell you straight up, Percy chooses to fail this. Huxley will forever fight a charisma saving throw. Passes.
And are his surface thoughts giving anything else away?
Percy?
Yeah.
Percy's surface thoughts are kind of matching his face. He looks terrified and is he needs to know the answer to this question desperately, and he's staring at actually, this is a good way to look at this. He is staring at Siobhan's mouth, hoping there is not a word that is coming out of it.
Wait,
She's
before
gonna-
before you say anything, is perception wise, is Huxley doing anything? I mean, to the rest of us at the table, it perceives if she answers wrong, there could be.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's heavily implied.
I mean,
yeah.
But is there any movement or anything from Huxley?
Nope. Rogue's eye trained on Siobhan, but that's it. So yeah,
chooses to fail. Sorry,
Yeah.
when someone chooses to fail, the caster can like sense that, right? That they like specifically.
I believe so. You know whether each creature succeeds or fails on its saving throw. So yeah. Truthfully, the only person Percy is concerned with in the Zone of Truth is Siobhan. But if the rest of you would like to roll to see if you can go through it, feel free to do so.
What's the
Is that
DC?
charisma saving throw?
DC 17.
Jesus, Percy.
I loaded the cannon.
Well, I'd be passing that save anyway.
Yeah, Glenn passes too.
Okay.
So,
So he
Siobhan's
asked
gonna.
Siobhan who we're giving the cane to?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
I know what spell got cast.
Yes, you do.
All right, and he is not holding the cane. He didn't want to touch it.
You didn't want to touch it.
Okay, when he asked that, my other hand, I'm gonna place on the cane.
Okay. Are you pulling the cane, or are you just putting a hand on it?
Just putting my hand on it and waiting to hear what Siobhan says, because she made a deal I didn't know about.
Okay. Io, you see, you hear a surface thought. You stupid boy, don't do it. That's what you hear.
Siobhan's gonna grab one of his hands.
Grab one of whose hands?
Percy's hands.
Okay.
Not like an attack, just grabbing one of his hands.
Okay.
To use her power to get a little sense from him.
Okay.
So that's a 19 for insight. And then as she does that, she's going to say, no one.
Cool.
She's just holding onto his hand with both of her hands staring up at him.
Okay. You got it. You feel, oh shit, Siobhan. Okay. There's so much going on in this moment on the idea of like the brink of a very violent battle that is about to happen. Not in a million years was Percy expecting you to kind of like grab his hand in a what I imagine to feel like in a trust me like sort of thing, right? Siobhan, I need a wisdom saving throw from you. This will happen after you understand the effects. After I explain some things.
Well, that was a 14.
Okay, cool. So what I'm going to tell you is that you immediately get a level of exhaustion as you feel something that you may have felt before. You're not entirely sure. Well, I'm not entirely sure. There's been a long sort of time of Siobhan actually being an investigator and doing this with people to be able to kind of figure out what has been lost and things like that. You feel a sadness from Percy. That is, you feel two things. The first thing you feel is an overwhelming sense of, actually, sorry, you would feel a sadness first because you grabbed his hands first, and then answered. So touching his hands, you get the feeling that there's it's the female touch. It's that sort of like thing where it's like he has loved and lost, and since then has not been touched or touched another female in any sort of like realm at all, like sexual, romantic, anything. That's what you get from that, is a like clear, like he's lost somebody and he hates the world for it. That's what you get from Percy, and that's such a deep backstory thing that I put in as like, there's no way anyone's going to find this out, but I'll put this in here just in case. So that's incredible. I love that. You also get a incredible sense of relief as you say no one. You feel like you answered correctly.
Feeling that, she's going to just kind of put one of her hands on his cheek and be like, we're not trying to play this big power game. We weren't even supposed to be on this island. We're trying to get to Dare's Wharf. My husband died and my daughter's been taken by the Violet Court.
You see Huxley, as you give this overwhelming sense of like an emotional sort of moment to Percy, you see Huxley stand up and points his arm now at you and goes, that's enough. There's no need for anything that is going on there. You see Percy thunder down on him in the words of, boy, you sit down.
I'm going to give Huxley a little sly side eye.
You feel Huxley, I'm going to say, well, I'll roll it just for fun. Okay, great. Thank you, Di. Thank you, Kiki's Dice. Rolled like a 10, which is not enough for this, as you feel the command being given for him to sit down. And he does so. There's a moment where there's a, when he says this, there's a sincere sort of like to say the tension is palpable is more like the idea that you actually feel like there's a rage in this room that is actually like, that almost seems like you can almost see it. It's like that potent, if that makes sense. Looks back at you, goes, I understand. Takes your hand from his cheek, pats your hands. Thank you. Well, I am one that is a worker on collecting from information. The information that has been up to be bought is from a city not far from here. Hasamo. If you are familiar or not, I know not if you are familiar with the Roar, but it is a military organization that is very interested and invested on ways to defend themselves from the incoming invasion of South Imea. This is a piece that they have been desperately looking for. You see, Io, with your detect thoughts, you can notice an area of conflict in words that he's about to say. My initial intention here was to receive that information to sell. Seeing the thing itself and the actions that have followed, no, I cannot, in good conscience, give this information.
Above board, you said conflicts, right, Joe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Give this information. What makes you change your mind all of a sudden?
Something as powerful as this in the wrong hands could be catastrophic to both the wielder and who they aim it at. I assume in their exploits to collect the other three, they only need two to do as they would want. It seems best for you to stay as far away from Hassamal as possible.
Do you have a name of who gave you this task to collect information?
He would. His name is Aris Spirit Roar. He is the leader of the Roar unit.
Spirit Roar.
I'm getting
Sorry, I had you on YouTube.
It's all good. He is the one that has offered payment on information regarding that. But I would say anyone that claims to be a member or a former member, or even that is looking like a Leonin, I would highly suggest to stay away from.
Why the concern with the Mortimers?
Huxley chooses to answer that. Because the Mortimers are possibly the worst fucking people to ever walk this planet. You've heard of Tall, I'm sure. Grinchelle herself would consider herself to be a general, sergeant, whatever. She's ruthless. And I'm assuming you are all not evil, just dumb.
What would Grincelli Mortimer want from the Princess of Honoria?
What? Why are you bringing her up again, Al?
Let him answer.
How do you know Eldrin?
You know her?
She reached out to me earlier today.
How do you know her by name, Huxley?
I was with her when she died.
She was very much alive last time we saw her.
Yes, she was brought back to life by Persona. Grincelli is responsible for killing many family members, one being the brother of the Princess of Honoria. My understanding, Eldrin has seen visions of that personally. You see why I was concerned with students being on this ship.
You thought we were her lapdogs.
Why wouldn't I? Their name is literally on the Ludus.
Honestly, that is incredibly sound logic. But no. Honestly, we couldn't give two shits about her before we set out on this little journey. And this is now what, the third, fourth, maybe fifth time we've heard things that she gets up to? It's all starting to look a lot more suspect.
It's much worse than you could think. She's been involved in, by my count, over 200 deaths of innocent people.
200.
She is still a running member of the Septenary at Nova Sol. She still draws breath, which is a problem for me. You see, he goes somewhere else.
You said you needed to leave tonight to help friends. Where are you going?
You said you got a message from Eldrin. Are you familiar with her companions?
Heard their names. We helped Winona. She's a wombat related to someone else with Eldrin.
Yes, Wilbur. Quite annoying little group.
Did she find her son? Do you know she was looking for her son? Do you know she found him?
When I knew them, he was looking for her.
Okay.
So, I assume they found each other. In spite of where they left me. But that is not incredibly important. I got a message from Saren, the elven warrior that is with them. I was debating on whether or not to leave.
I sent them to my home in Erisgar to get help for my parents. I didn't understand the full scope of this situation. If you're going, or considering if you're going to help, I'm asking as well.
I think at this Percy speaks up. Well, the name that I was truly hoping was not leaving your lips was hers, so I do not recommend having that thing anywhere near Grincelli Mortimer either. Huxley, perhaps it would be best that you finish out your debt. You see Huxley, Alistair, give me a perception. Actually, I'll say everyone give me a perception check.
$14.
14 as well.
21.
11.
17.
24.
Both Siobhan and Alani see Huxley's good arm, see the fist kind of close and tighten at that. Percy, I would ask that you give me leave to be able to handle this. You see, Percy looks at Huxley and goes, "No. You are to accompany this crew and make sure that they have a safe journey to Dare's Wharf. After that, your life is yours." Huxley gets up from the table, slams the chair in, and goes to leave. It's for his own good.
What did you do to Gutter's ship?
That's where I know him from. Well, unfortunately, I was involved in a misunderstanding on that ship. I am recently retired. I assume that Cutter was on the remains of the ship that we were involved with. If you want someone to blame, you can feel free to blame me, but to be honest with you, ironically, the real person to blame just left the room.
You don't want me to blame you. His family's dead. He's been on this island the whole time. Tell me something that makes what happened a mistake.
The only thing I can tell you is that your friend was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and I am very sorry for what he experienced.
I think Yori kind of follows suit to Huxley. Grabs his axe and gets up and he can't slam the chair. because unless Gutter gets out at the same time, Gutter's in it.
I think Gutter gets out with you. I think he stands there and looks at Percy. Help. And walks out with you. As we take a moment to pause in the seriousness and volatile moment in this scene, we hear the creaking of the ship. There's no other sounds besides maybe the heavy breathing of those that have just experienced some intense emotions. Alistair, your hand is still on the cane. You feel a voice call out deep inside. Familiar voice because it sounds just like you. What is this?
I'll stand up with the cane. Look at Percy. If Huxley can't go and keep my parents safe, then maybe I should. With this, right next to Grincelli Mortimer. Is that where we are at now? How about you? You get someone to go help them in his place. Or I go. And then I'll whisper in my head to that voice. Power. It's just power.
I think with that, we'll end tonight's session. I love you guys very, very much, and we'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye.